Most people and most businesses can shoot a video like this. You'd agree, right? But what they can't do is stuff like this.
One day that up to 6 people can meet in what he says will be a long-awaited and joyful moment.
That's coming up next on Sky News. And now for the story behind the headline. I'm Dermot Murnaghan and I'm the new host of the Sky News Daily Podcast, bringing you news and in-depth analysis from our team of specialists. I'll be joined by our experts to delve into the stories that matter to you. Trusted news with no agenda. The Sky News Daily Podcast, wherever you get your podcasts from.
10 o'clock. This is Sky News at 10, our top story.
Seeing both parents at once or both grandparents at once. And I know that for many people this will be a long-awaited and joyful moment.
Case closed, says Boris Johnson, over his chief advisor, but police conclude he might have breached lockdown law. The countdown to kick off for the Premier League, back on screen in 3 weeks' time. The fight over Hong Kong's future as Britain condemns a power grab from China. Minnesota burning, the rage in America's Midwest over the death of a black man held by police. Into double figures, Britain's clap for the carers celebrated again tonight. And we'll take a look at tomorrow's front pages in the press preview at 10:30. Hello, good evening. It'll be, for many families, a long-awaited and joyful moment. The words of the Prime Minister today as he lifted what for many is the toughest aspect of the lockdown. Groups of up to 6 people will be allowed in England to meet outdoors, including in private gardens, from next week. In Scotland, 2 households can meet again outside from tomorrow. Well, that announcement to allow families to reunite will come in England on Monday, and it followed the Prime Minister's latest attempt to close down criticism of his closest aide. Despite police finding Dominic Cummings may have committed a minor breach of lockdown regulations, Boris Johnson said he saw the matter as closed. Something definitely reopening, though, will be the Premier League season, which will restart behind closed doors on June the 17th. Our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, has our first report tonight on the Prime Minister's permission for family reunions.
Clap for carers, something more normal after a far from normal week. A nation cheering again tonight as the moment draws closer that this bittersweet public display might no longer be needed, and a return to life pre-coronavirus creeps closer. Boris Johnson called today's announcement for England limited and cautious, but the moves will make a big difference.
From Monday, we will allow up to 6 people to meet outside, provided those from different households continue strictly to observe social distancing rules. We will now allow people to meet in gardens and other private outdoor spaces. These changes mean that friends and family can start to meet their loved ones, perhaps seeing both parents at once or both grandparents at once. What we're proposing is still just a fraction of the social interaction each of us would normally enjoy. I know many of you will find this frustrating, and I'm sorry about that, but I'm afraid that is unavoidable.
Mr. Cummings. But putting the whole top team out on the day Durham police say Boris Johnson's top aide might have broken lockdown rules was not going to be plain sailing. Twice the scientists were asked if his actions had hurt public compliance with the lockdown. Twice the Prime Minister interjected and stopped them from answering.
You've asked Chris and Patrick, but I'm going to interpose myself, if I may, and protect them from what I think would be an unfair and unnecessary attempt to ask a political question. Is very, very important. It is very important that our advisers are protected from being dragged into political controversy.
Are you entirely comfortable with the Prime Minister telling you that you can't answer questions about Dominic Cummings, and if you can't give a verbal answer, a nod or a shake of the head will suffice? And is there anything else the Prime Minister has told you not to answer on?
The desire not to get pulled into politics is far stronger on the part of Sir Patrick and me than it is in the Prime Minister.
I'm a civil servant, I'm politically neutral, I don't want to get involved in politics at all.
But they are nervous about whether the public follow remaining lockdown rules, given that there is so little margin for error.
We still have a significant burden of infection. We are still seeing new infections every day at quite a significant rate. And the R is close to 1. That means there is not a lot of room to do things, and things need to be done cautiously
Scotland making similar moves to England today. Garden centres reopening, non-contact sports allowed, and 8 rather than England's 6 people allowed in a garden.
From tomorrow, the regulations on meeting other people will change. You and your household will be able to meet with another household out of doors, for example, in a park or in a private garden. Still, stay at home as much as possible. The virus has not gone away. Lockdown is being modified slightly. It is not over.
Clapping, like lockdown rules, no longer a novelty, still a necessity. Could public patience be waning? Sam Coates, Sky News.
The changes announced today mean that people will be able to see their friends and family again while observing social distancing, of course. The Prime Minister also confirmed today that some school years in England, as well as some businesses, will return from Monday. Sky's Katerina Vitozzi reports on the families and businesses welcoming the gentle lifting of England's lockdown.
Not shops, not schools. It's being able to see family again. That's what matters to Saskia Disaju.
My nephew is only a year and a half old, and missing months of his life has been absolutely devastating to me. And my friends are like such strong people in my life that I need to be around them. So being without them for so long is heartbreaking.
From loved ones to livelihoods, from Monday, what's on is a chance for things to feel a little more like normal. 65 traders have stalls at this market in Cheshire. A third will be open from June 1st. But with social distancing rules to meet, it won't be quite business as usual.
These guys rely on footfall. They rely on a number of people passing their business, looking at what's on sale and making a purchase. So when you're restricting the number of people in at any one time, it becomes very difficult for them to understand how they're going to make ends meet. But, we're going to have to try it.
For some sectors, it's a little easier. This car dealership in Preston has shifted its showroom outside and hopes customers will come.
Perhaps one of the biggest challenges for dealerships is what to do about the test drive. Because of social distancing, these have to be unaccompanied. So they have to really trust that the cars are going to come back in one piece.
I think we'll all be holding our breath slightly, but looking forward to seeing the customers drive back in again. There may well be pent-up demand now and a shortage of product. So hopefully we'll see some good interest in the vehicles that we do have.
A few miles away, this primary school has tried to meet the government plan to reopen some classes on Monday.
As soon as they come in the morning, hand washing, and we need to be monitoring to make sure it's this 20 seconds.
But it won't be.
Our intent is to get the schools, all of them, open to all pupils as early as we can. But the safety and well-being of our children and families and staff are of paramount importance to us, and also our readiness to respond, particularly in the testing and tracing programme.
And that's the challenge people are facing. It's one thing to announce things can open, another to make sure they can do so safely. Katerina Vitozzi, Sky News.
The effort to trace potential carriers of coronavirus began in earnest in England and Scotland today. But it wasn't plain sailing. A number of tracers we spoke to spent the day frustrated by technology. One said she believed the system had been rushed into service to distract from the controversy over Dominic Cummings. Our technology correspondent Roland Manthorpe reports on the teething problems in the hunt for COVID-19.
I was due to start my shift at 8 o'clock.
A contact from a contact tracer speaking to us anonymously. She's one of 25,000 hired for the government's new test and trace scheme. Only today, she couldn't work.
The email came just after 10 last night to say it was going live. So I thought, right, I'm going to be making calls this morning, and then the system just won't load.
It won't even load?
The page won't even load, and even if it did load, I couldn't log in because I don't have the new authorization code.
Do you think that it was actually ready in the first place to start today?
No, I don't. I think it was an announcement that was made to distract from the Dominic Cummings story.
On her breakfast show, Kay Burley asked the Health Secretary.
Problem is, you've rushed it forward, haven't you? Because you want to take the headlines away from Dominic Cummings, but you've had to rush it forward.
It's priceless, Kay. I'm normally accused of delaying these things and bringing them in too slowly. What really matters, I think, is that we take forward the next stage of how the country can deal with coronavirus. And that's what the new NHS test and trace system is all about.
Matt Hancock also said the system was still getting going. We spoke to over a dozen contact tracers who said it shouldn't have been launched. I doubt I would actually be able to do any work. I'm unsure if I have a team leader. Training has been haphazard. I was ready to go this morning. The system is clearly far from ready. When I was calling with questions, they said, "We don't really know. It's all so new." We've also seen the documents used to teach contact tracers, although we're not showing them in detail to stop them being used by fraudsters. But the biggest difficulty isn't in these documents because it's unknown. Will people trust this system? That, ultimately, will determine its fate. To experts, that's just another reason why we needed to get started earlier.
We've wasted 3 months in procuring centralised initiatives and putting them out to private organisations when the expertise exists already locally. And if it had been built up and resourced properly, we could have had the system up and running many months ago.
We've been told test and trace is necessary to ease the lockdown safely. Now we're getting the green light. It needs to be ready. And time is running out. Ronan Manthorpe, Sky News.
Well, Sam Coates is in Downing Street tonight. And Sam, Boris Johnson delivering a big goodie to the public today in the form of family reunions, but there are still lots of questions remaining.
Yes, friends reunited, families too. After months of lockdown, that's a big deal. But the next phase of easing the restrictions comes with carrot, but also quite a lot of stick. And I wonder whether the contact tracing system isn't going to cause more problems than many anticipate. A man from the government phones you up and tells you because of an unnamed individual with coronavirus, you must self-isolate for 14 days, not going out, even as the rest of the world are having barbecues and parties. That will be hard, which is why compliance remains an issue. And linked to that, Dominic Cummings, who Durham police today said might have broken the rules, but they're not going to take any further action. Now, Downing Street took that as a green light and Dominic Cummings' future was safe. But I suspect that amongst many members of the public and many Tory MPs, what they've seen is a man who in no universe, under any circumstances, can be sacked. Some talk tonight that Dominic Cummings might go in the next few months. I understand he hasn't had the operation for an unknown illness that was planned for the autumn. That could come yet later this year, after which he was likely to talk to his wife about his future. But no sign that he's about to depart imminently or even at the end of this year. And that means that the subject of Dominic Cummings' future for the opposition and indeed those 40-plus Tory MPs who've been criticising him is likely to be an itch that they come back to scratch for many times to come.
Sam, thank you. Well, news of the relaxation of the lockdown dominates tomorrow's papers. There's the Daily Mail's headline, "It's Happy Monday," they say. We'll be taking our first look at all the front pages in our press preview tonight at 10:30 with the editor of the Sheffield Star, Nancy Fielder, and the Conservative commentator, Tim Montgomery. The number of people killed by coronavirus in hospitals, care homes and the wider community in the UK now stands at 37,837. Amongst those who've lost their lives are Margaret Njenga, a midwife who previously worked for St Bart's. Her former colleague said Sister Margaret was a fantastic midwife and her beautiful smile and kindness will never be forgotten. In Glasgow, tributes are being paid to Teofilo Iturralde, known as Teo, who was originally from the Philippines and worked in the kitchen at a beer hall. He suffered major heart problems 2 years ago, but after bypass surgery, insisted on returning to work as soon as he was able. Social care worker Justina Faltaldo, 57, worked at a nursing home in Surrey. She was loved by many for her natural talent in dealing with people, according to her colleagues. Now, they will have waited nearly 3 months longer than they should have, but by the end of June, Liverpool fans should finally see their club's first championship in 3 decades. The Premier League will resume on the 17th of June behind closed doors with matches seen on TV. Our sports correspondent Martha Kellner reports now on the countdown to kick-off.
It is coming home, and away, and probably at neutral grounds too. It won't be the national game as we know it, but after a 3-month absence, finally a definite day when we'll see moments like this again.
Staying on his feet this time. Lovely went from Martial!
But with all games being played behind closed doors, the atmosphere won't be the same. And for the first time ever, all the remaining 92 fixtures will be shown on live TV, including 4 on free-to-air. The government have framed this return of top-flight football as a morale boost for the nation. Will this lift the general public?
I think it is a morale boost to millions of football fans in this country. I think it's okay to say that we've missed it. Obviously, there are way more important things during this that we have to keep a degree of perspective, and football's not that important, but it is important to a lot of people's lives.
Nowhere is football's return more welcome than in the red half of Merseyside. Liverpool are on the brink of their first top-flight title for 30 years.
I think fans are going to be made up, and I suppose it's a welcome distraction.
We only need 6 points, so 2 more games and they've won the league.
It's a bit upsetting that we can't all go to the stadium, but we can all still celebrate at home.
Players and club staff are now tested twice a week for COVID-19, and so far there's been a relatively low infection rate. Another thing players will have to get used to is empty stadiums, like in Germany's Bundesliga. They've been playing behind closed doors here since they restarted earlier this month. The success of Germany's return has been a major factor in convincing players that it is safe to come back, but the safety of the general public remains a concern. Most games will still be held in clubs' own stadiums, but heated fixtures like London derbies, particularly at stadiums in residential areas like this, could be moved to neutral stadiums on the advice of authorities. Project Restart could still be thwarted, most likely by an outbreak of COVID-19 in clubs or a second spike. But there is now hope that what started can be finished, even if it will look, sound and feel very different. Martha Kellner, Sky News.
The government says it will grant hundreds of thousands of Hong Kong's residents greater visa rights at the UK if China doesn't scrap a new security law for the semi-autonomous territory. The UK joined America, Canada and Australia in expressing deep concern over the law, which was adopted by China's National Congress. Our Asia correspondent Tom Cheshire reports.
Votes in China's parliament are never in doubt, and neither was this. Delegates in Beijing dutifully approved the proposal for a national security law for Hong Kong. There was one vote against, offered up as a fig leaf for Chinese democracy.
One country, two systems is the fundamental policy of the country. The central government has always emphasised the comprehensive and accurate implementation of one country, two systems, Hong Kong ruling Hong Kong, and its high degree of autonomy.
If only Hong Kong's parliament, the Legislative Council, were as obedient. Today there were familiar scuffles. Legislators were actually debating a different bill, one which would outlaw insulting the Chinese national anthem, not the national security law. And that's the entire point. Hong Kong's parliament has no say in the national security law. It is being imposed directly by Beijing.
With such evil law suggested by Beijing to impose in Hong Kong, we really encourage and enhance more global community to keep an eye on Hong Kong to oppose the national security law.
Activists fear the national security law will curb Hong Kong's traditional freedoms of the press, of association, of protest, freedoms unavailable on the Chinese mainland. The Hong Kong government has said that the city's autonomy will be preserved. But the US doesn't agree. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo said the US government no longer viewed Hong Kong as autonomous from China, a status it has held since the handover from the UK in 1997 and was supposed to hold for 50 years. And the UK also voiced its concerns.
We want to wait and see the details of the legislation. In the meantime, we urge China to step back from the brink and live up to its responsibilities as a leading member of the international community.
All this is likely to prompt an even more furious reaction from Beijing, which decries foreign intervention in a domestic affair. The people of Hong Kong, though, are caught in between, uncertain and afraid as the hope dies. Tom Cheshire, Sky News, Beijing.
The protests over the death of a black man while being restrained by police have spread far from Minneapolis, the American city where he died. Protests have been held in other cities, including Los Angeles. The Star Wars actor John Boyega told followers on social media that white-on-black racism had ruined the world. Sky's US correspondent Greg Milam reports.
This was, the police said, a very different night of protest in Minneapolis. Burning buildings, looting and violence, an escalation as the anger and tension rises. Crowds protesting at a police station were driven back with tear gas. A man died after a shooting at a pawn shop. It is the video of the last moments of George Floyd's life. A police officer's knee on his neck that's driven the outrage. His family and the city's mayor calling for the officer to be charged with murder.
Why is the man who killed George Floyd not in jail? If you had done it, or I had done it, we would be behind bars right now. And I cannot come up with a good answer to that question.
Oh boy, oh boy.
The protests have now spread. In Los Angeles, crowds blocked a freeway and clashed with police. The anger over the treatment of African-American men by police isn't new, but it is very raw right now. Fueled by things like this, a white man confronting black businessmen in the office gym.
What office? So we have an office here, and this guy came accusing us we can't be here.
What office are you in?
Don't worry about that. We don't have to tell you anything. Go ahead.
The man's had his lease terminated. The actor John Boyega posted his frustrations.
A black man was just murdered in cold blood in the streets stateside again, while saying that he can't breathe. That's a continuous cycle going on. And although I don't live in the States, but I'm black. That. So I'll say it again. You racist white people.
That frustration is shared by America's politicians.
To watch Mr. Floyd be murdered in a video at a time so sad to begin with. It's always tragic. It has always been tragic. But there we saw it on TV, and being murdered on TV.
In Minneapolis, the community's feeling is clear. Donald Trump has said justice will be served, but it could take weeks for a prosecutor to decide on criminal charges. And people here are impatient for answers. Greg Milam, Sky News, Los Angeles.
Donald Trump tonight took his battle with social media companies to a new level. The US president signing an executive order which challenged protections the industry has used to allow free speech on the internet. Sky's US correspondent Amanda Walker is in Washington for us tonight. So Amanda, where's this all come from?
Well, it started at the beginning of the week, really, when Donald Trump was tweeting about mail-in ballots, which is a hot topic here at the moment as we head towards the election that will be happening in a pandemic. So he says they're fraudulent, and Twitter basically put some fact-check marks on that, saying that what he was saying was unsubstantiated. Now, Donald Trump did not like this, and he said that he would be taking some serious action the next day. So here we are talking about this executive order which he signed today. Now, the content of it says that the likes of Twitter and Facebook could be sued if judged to deceptively block posts or if they engaged in selective censorship. Now, Donald Trump's argument is that they try to stifle conservative voices. And the overall argument is that if they are going to not act like a forum, but if they're going to be editorial in making decisions like this, then they shouldn't be given the legal protections that they currently have. And when he signed this executive order today, he went a step further. Listen.
I think you shut it down as far as I'm concerned, but I'd have to go through a legal process to do that.
How would you shut down an American?
I don't know. I'd have to ask the lawyers. I'd have to go through a legal process. If it were legal, if it were able to be legally shut down, I would do it. I think I'd be hurting it very badly if we didn't use it anymore. I mean, we have other sites we could use, I guess.
So big words from the president there, and he talked about legality there, and I think that would be his first stumbling block when it comes to the very notion of shutting down a social network like Twitter. Plus, let's not forget the fact that it is one of his favourite platforms. He has a huge following on it. It allows him to cut through the media, who he sees as the enemy of the people, and speak directly to the people. So the idea that he would want to end that facility that he has as his megaphone is also pretty unlikely.
Amanda, thank you. The Japanese car maker Nissan has said that its factory in Sunderland remains an important part of its plans for Europe after it announced the closure of its site in Barcelona. Workers at the Spanish factory burnt tyres as part of a protest at the plans to shut down from December, with the loss of 3,000 jobs as part of a global cost-cutting plan. Nissan announced its first loss for 11 years. The family of Harry Dunn, the teenager who was killed in a road accident involving the wife of an American diplomat, have told Sky News they will launch a private criminal prosecution against Dominic Raab, claiming the Foreign Secretary broke the law over his handling of the case. It's a rare step that will be challenging and costly, with no guarantee of success. Lisa Dowd has been speaking to them about what they want to achieve.
To do this for him in his name is perfect. It really is.
In Harry Dunn's memory, a pavilion will be rebuilt. It's a welcome distraction from his family's legal fight.
He meant so much to us. He meant so much to the whole family.
Harry was killed in a collision with American Ansa Kulast last August after she left RAF Croton in Northamptonshire. She claimed diplomatic immunity and left the UK, and was later charged with causing his death by dangerous driving. Harry's family claim the Foreign Office allowed her to go and are launching a private criminal prosecution against the Foreign Secretary, Dominic Raab.
We need this for everybody to know how the decisions were made and why they were not followed the procedure that's in guidelines they should have done. And for me to get some sort of justice and a bit of peace.
On September the 14th, a Foreign Office official texted a US official to say, "I think that now the decision has been taken not to waive immunity, there's not much mileage in us asking you to keep the family here. It's obviously not us approving of their departure, but I think you should feel able to put them on the next flight out."
There's a very clear rule that it's for the police to establish who has immunity. That rule was broken, and it constitutes, we allege, a very serious instance of misconduct in public office.
The process needs testing. Lisa Dowd, Sky News, Northamptonshire.
Finally, earlier we saw people across the country celebrating and thanking carers for their work in the NHS and beyond. But should tonight's event, the 10th, be the last? The woman who brought the idea to Britain thinks so, but Anne-Marie Plass, who was clapping outside her home, says she understands if others want to continue.
It was only so powerful because we all did it. And that is like something that we should be proud of. And then I hope after tonight we can celebrate everybody who has been so good, who had been helping out, looking after each other. Because we just helped each other here. And I hope that is something that we can keep on doing.
Well, judging by tonight's pictures, including these paramedics and other healthcare workers applauding colleagues outside Leeds General Infirmary, the cat for carers may run for some time yet. Well, that was Sky News at 10. Coming up, we've got the press preview for you, taking you through the morning papers. Here's what's on the front of tomorrow's Express. Can't wait till we meet again. Plenty on those lockdown restrictions being eased. It's all over the front pages. Lots to talk about tonight with the editor of the Sheffield Star, Nancy Fielder, and the Conservative commentator, Tim Montgomery. That's coming up next.
party.
I'm having a party, a girls' party. Yay, where are your drinks, girls?
It is nothing short, but an amazing day today.
I wake up, sleep, eat, wake up, sleep, eat.
My name is Tony Nicholson. I'm a fitness coach and I'm an actor.
You want some coffee? No. You want some coffee? No.
You're watching Sky News. In just a moment, the press preview. Our first look at what's on the front pages as they arrive. First look, our top stories here tonight. And the government says small groups of friends and family in England can meet outside from Monday under an easing of the lockdown rules. Durham police have revealed they would have sent Dominic Cummings home if they'd seen him at Barnard Castle, but no retrospective action will be taken. And the Premier League will restart on June the 17th behind closed doors as long as safety requirements are met. Hello there, you're watching the press preview. Our first look at what's on the front pages as they arrive. Over the next half an hour, we'll see what's making the headlines with the editor of the Sheffield Star, Nancy Fielder, and the Conservative commentator, Tim Montgomery. So a very good evening to both of you. Let's take a look then at what's on the front pages. And the Daily Mail leads with a relaxation of the lockdown, which will mean that from Monday, groups of 6 people or fewer will be able to socialise on private land in England, provided they observe social distancing. The Eye greets the news with the headline, 6 of the best. The Express declares, can't wait till we meet again. The Mirror keeps it simple, families reunited. The Metro's in a poetic mood. Their advice, form an orderly barbecue, not till Monday, only 6 of you, avoid the loo. I'm not sure if I read that very well. The easing of restrictions is also the top story for The Times. The Telegraph quotes the Prime Minister, calling it a joyful moment. With tongue in cheek, the Star dubs it the joy of 6. The Sun hails the return of Premier League football in June with the headline, back at the net. Meanwhile, The Guardian leads with Boris Johnson standing by his advisor Dominic Cummings once more. And on a separate note, the Financial Times has word that as many as 300,000 residents of Hong Kong could be offered British citizenship. So Nancy Fielder and Tim Montgomery here with me this evening. Good to see you both. Thanks very much indeed for joining us tonight. So a lot of the front pages, almost all of them, going with this easing of lockdown restrictions. We got them announced for England by Boris Johnson. We also heard from Nicola Sturgeon some change to their restrictions in Scotland earlier as well. You've picked out the Metro first of all, Nancy. Form an orderly barbecue, they say. And the headlines mostly very positive about this, aren't they?
Absolutely. I mean, this is the news that we've all been waiting for. The weather has been absolutely glorious in Sheffield, as it has across the rest of the country, and people just want to see their friends and family and have a barbecue, enjoy the sun. So I think this is going to be widely welcomed. I know there are concerns and we've all got fears about what might happen should people get carried away. Lots of people get carried away at barbecues. We know it's never quite the same without a drink, but it is just great news that people can see the ones we've all missed them so much over the last couple of months.
Well, that's right. And if we move on, Tim, to the Daily Mail's take on it, they say it's Happy Monday. So they're giving it a very positive reception. And the Daily Mail has given the government some quite tough headlines of yet, but this is a very positive one. And this is the news that will mean a lot to most people, won't it? I mean, we've heard about garden centres reopening before now and various other tweaking of the lockdown, but a lot of people have been waiting to see when they could see their loved ones. So this news will be gratefully received by many.
I think so, and the government will, of course, be delighted with these front pages after days dominated by the Dominic Cummings sort of affair. To have something substantive that most of the population will rejoice at will obviously be good news for the government. But of course, most of all, it's good news for all of us. And I do like the emphasis that has been put on, families reunited, being able to see loved ones properly and neighbours going to their garden for barbecues, as Nancy was just discussing. There's been a lot of emphasis. You mentioned gardening centres and a lot of emphasis on shops and businesses. And of course, that's incredibly important. But, the real thing that a lot of people have been longing for is this opportunity to spend time with family again, grandparents to just see their grandchildren, and, just for loved ones to get together again. So, yes, we've had so much bad news in the papers for such a long time. This is something that we can really celebrate.
Well, yes, and Nancy, because of all that bad news around, there are going to be some people that will say, are things being announced now so that the bad headlines are knocked off the newspapers? Some people suggesting that perhaps all the test and trace, as it's now called in this country, in England, for example, may not be quite ready to be rolled out. Do you think that everything is ready to be eased like this?
I think that's the ultimate fear, isn't it? That we are being pushed into a situation that is less safe than it should be because we want a different tone to the news. I mean, that says everything really about the Dominic Cummings affair. The fact that one person could make anybody even ask that question, the fact that we even have to discuss that is just absolutely awful. What we want is everybody to feel absolutely safe, to know that if they follow the guidelines, if they keep 2 meters apart, they can see the people they want to. But also, let's not forget there are still going to be 2 million people who are really, really vulnerable and will have to completely keep shielding. And for them, this has been more difficult than for most. And I think we've got to remember that. So it is a brilliant day for everybody, but it does come with a couple of side kickers that we need to watch out for, really.
Well, that's right. And Tim, as well as those who will continue to have to shield, the test and trace that the government has brought in, I think it's called Test and Protect in Scotland, does rely on people to volunteer information about their own symptoms, but also who they've been in contact with. And it asks a lot of people, doesn't it, in having to self-isolate if they have symptoms, but also if they don't and they've been in contact with somebody. It's putting a lot of onus on individuals to do the right thing.
It absolutely is. And of course, we're all happy to self-isolate, or most of us are happy to self-isolate and make sacrifices if we have confidence in the tracing system. But what we're seeing at the moment is if people have their tests for whether they have COVID, but rather than taking sort of 24 hours, which is the government target, for a lot of people, they're waiting 3-4 days to learn about whether they do actually have COVID or not. And if you have to self-isolate, and those people that you've been associated with, your household, etc., have to self-isolate on the basis of just symptoms, and then you have to wait a long time for that to be confirmed, you're not just asking people to make a sort of reasonable sacrifice, but you're asking people to make a sacrifice that many people will start to sort of turn away from. So it really is vital that the government sort of tracking and tracing operation gets a lot faster, a lot more quickly, or I do worry about whether public confidence in this system will be maintained. So still an awful lot for the government to do to make this whole setup work.
Well, yes, and what's your instinct on this, Nancy? And what's your experience in Sheffield? Have you felt that people have been good at observing the lockdown? Do you think they'll embrace this new system and respond to it as the government would want? Nancy, I don't know if you can hear me.
I think the vast majority have particular problems. Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine. Go ahead. Go ahead.
We've had particular problems in particular. Okay, so 99% of people have obeyed the rules and have done exactly what they need to do, but we have had particular problems in particular neighbourhoods right from the beginning, and that immediately started people asking, well, if they're not doing it, why should I? And I think confidence is key, and I think confidence at the minute is pretty low in a government that has had more problems than it should have done during a pandemic, during absolutely extraordinary circumstances. And would you want to give up your details? Are you going to feel that it's okay to self-isolate if you probably haven't got it anyway? I think there's an awful lot of questions, and I think we are asking a lot of people. And I think the more the rules are relaxed, the more people are going to take risks. And I think we've got to be really, really, really clear what the guidelines are. The more wishy-washy it is, the less people will pay attention and the more risks they'll take.
And we'll move on to the Daily Mirror now. Tim, their headline, families did. But I know we're going to be talking about Dominic Cummings in the second half of this, but his picture is on the front page there. And I noticed that Nancy talked about if certain individuals behave in a certain way, it might affect public behaviour. I don't know if you were referring, Nancy, then to Dominic Cummings, but I suspected that you might have been hinting at that. Do you think that the affair, I know you've been critical of Dominic Cummings yourself, do you think that what this whole affair could have an impact on public response?
Well, look, I think most people understand that the guidance that the government has been issuing isn't for the benefit of the government. It is for the benefit of all of us. So although a lot of people, and the opinion polls confirm this, most people in the country are very unhappy that Dominic Cummings' behaviour, I think most people do understand that these guidelines are for all of our benefit, and particularly for the benefit of some of the most vulnerable people in society that Nancy was mentioning a few minutes ago, particularly our older relatives. So most people, I don't think, will be affected in how they act by the last few days of controversy. But you do worry on the margin. Some people who perhaps didn't really have confidence and faith in these guidelines anyway might sort of think, well, what the heck? You know, I'm just not going to abide by these rules. So I think it is disappointing that the Prime Minister hasn't taken the action that I think he should have done and forced Dominic Cummings to go if he wouldn't resign. But hopefully the vast majority of the British people will continue to behave with a common sense that the vast majority have shown throughout the last 10 weeks of lockdown. It would be a shame, as I think the Prime Minister said earlier today, for all of the good work most of us have done for so long to be thrown away in the next few days and weeks.
OK, and let's move on to... Oh, yeah, go on, Nancy.
Sorry, I was just going to say, to put a bit of perspective on it, let's remember, we haven't done this for political allegiances. The politics I don't think should have ever come into it. We have done this to keep ourselves and our loved ones safe. So we've got to keep reiterating this. We can't get distracted by who we believe in and what the stories. Actually, we're doing this for us, so let's keep doing this for us. I think that's a really important message.
And we should go to a break, but we have to show the Daily Star's front page and their headline, The Joy of Six there. A very quick question to both of you. Have you already planned your first barbecue? Have you already decided who you're going to see and when from next week? Tim?
I haven't planned next week yet, but I am going to see my mum and dad tomorrow up in Weybridge. We will be socially distanced. We should be very well behaved, but I always look forward to seeing my mum and dad, but seeing them tomorrow, given everything that we've all experienced over the last few weeks, it's an extra special treat. And it'll also mean that I can't do any media about Dominic Cummings, which is all I've done for the last 5 days. So probably people in Downing Street might be grateful for that.
I was going to say Dominic Cummings might be pleased to hear that. And Nancy, what about you?
So we're a family of 5 already, so we're going to get my mum around for a barbecue as soon as we can. Our problem is that our daughter's 20, back from university. Nobody wants to come back home from university. So it's where she thinks she can get 6 family friends in at one time. That will be our challenge.
So there's an argument to be had, or a conversation at least, at a later stage. We're going to take a break right now. Plenty more to talk about coming up very shortly, including many people think Dominic Cummings should resign. Tonight there are suggestions that they may get their wish, but not for a while. That's coming up next. Welcome back. You're watching the press preview. With me tonight, Nancy Fielder and Tim Montgomery. So welcome back to both of you. And we're turning inside the Mail next. There's a headline here saying Cummings is set to quit in 6 months. So Tim, what are they saying and what do you make of it?
Well, call me a cynic, but I am a little bit about this story. We've seen an awful lot of Conservative MPs publicly and privately urge the Prime Minister to get rid of Dominic Cummings over the last few days. And I think them saying that he will be gone within the Downing Street briefing, that he'll be gone within 6 months, is the sort of thing I think they might be saying to just Tory MPs, worry, stop causing a fuss, he'll be gone soon anyway. I would not bank this story at all, and I think it's perfectly possible as the months tick by, if he does survive, that actually we find he does quite like being in Downing Street and stays a bit longer. So very cynical about this story.
Well, yes, and Nancy, on that same page, it says, it reports on the fact that Durham Police came back and with their verdict on Dominic Cummings and his trip, their headline there, he may have broken rules with trip, but they
Most people and most businesses can shoot a video like this. You'd agree, right? But what they can't do...
If they test positive, they will self-isolate for 7 days. The games will take place. You'll have home and away fixtures. Maybe some of these high-profile games will take place at neutral grounds just to help authorities. We know that some clubs were against neutral grounds. Take Brighton, for example, West Ham, Crystal Palace. In terms of fitness, I think these players will be ready. Arguably a week more would have been better. I know I've been watching a bit of Bundesliga. I thought that during the first week some of these players looked a little bit rusty, but I think they should be ready and hopefully will be avoiding any injuries when they come back.
Well, you mentioned the Bundesliga there, so it begs the question: what is the Premier League? The most widely watched league in the world. What's it going to look and also sound like? Because in the Bundesliga we've had that sort of ghostly silence and those so-called ghost games.
Well, ghostly silence during the first games, but now they've actually implemented these fake crowd noises which sound silly, but they actually work. So they have a DJ, I guess. I mean, it's the broadcaster and somebody just pressing on buttons and a button for people to cheer and just constant noise in the background. But I personally believe it works. You'll have to tell me what you think when you actually see it.
Well, I certainly will. But not everybody is actually on board with this, though, have they? We've heard from sort of several people. I'm thinking of Watford's captain Troy Deeney, who's spoken out against this.
Some players have voiced their concerns. I think Willian was the first one to speak, the Chelsea winger. A sentiment echoed by Sergio Aguero. These players were scared of getting the virus on the pitch and then spreading it back to their families. N'Golo Kante as well, and obviously Troy Deeney, as you said, Troy Deeney, who decided not to go back for the first week.
Well, that's all we have time for on this edition of Euronews Tonight. Don't forget you can stay up to date with our top stories on our website, of course, and you can follow us too on social media. We leave you now with a no comment from here in France, where two bear cubs, Dakota and Carolina, made their debut at an animal park in Moselle.
space has not been immune to the effects of COVID-19. The economic impact is being felt by the industry in Europe. Politicians warn the sector could lose €1 billion by the end of the year. The industry employs 230,000 people, generates $8 billion in equipment manufacturing and $60 billion in services and data.
We expect our private customers, such as the SATCOM operator, to not procure the usual number of satellites they were procuring to the space industry. It's clear that we need a huge effort, institutional effort, to support our research and development activities. And indeed, this is something that is not fully grasped by the European member states.
One visible setback is the delay of the Sentinel-6 satellite launch, which has been pushed back to November. It's part of the Copernicus program, which monitors the atmosphere and sea level rise. Before the crisis hit, Europe was already lagging behind in the space race. In 2019, China held 34 launches, while the EU counted just 2. On Friday, EU space ministers will discuss how the industry could contribute to a sustainable economic recovery from the COVID-19 crisis. The European Space Agency's scientists stress that cutting-edge monitoring of climate change is crucial to achieving carbon neutrality by 2050.
There need a lot of steps to be undertaken in order to get there, in terms of pollution levels, of factories, industry, traffic and so on, but also agriculture, forestry. Many sectors are really heavily impacted, and satellites monitor these changes, but they can also help not only to monitor, but to help decision makers giving information that is relevant to implement good policies.
Other programs like Galileo satellites also generate innovation in sectors such as the supply of goods, telemedicine services and 5G, to name just a few. The new proposal for the EU budget sees space lose out with €14.8 billion, slightly down on the previous spending period. MEPs want to see more spending in the sector, which boosts research and innovation. These are important programs that need financing because they bring high return in terms of the economy, as well as what is done in terms of research in the framework of the Horizon Europe program. I think that is essentially the small and medium-sized companies with their innovative spirit will use the space data to create new services that can be very useful to all citizens. One way to boost Europe's space industry is by incorporating it into the defence and security initiatives, something which would require political will.
Watch our video on demand magazine for free on Euronews.com and on our mobile apps.
Hello, this is Euronews Tonight, our top stories. Less rules and few restrictions. Life resumes again next week for millions in France as restaurants, bars and cafes are set to reopen.
A second wave is not inevitable, but it cannot be excluded.
The WHO's Regional Director for Europe tells us what lessons have been learned to help prepare for another wave of the coronavirus. US President Donald Trump says he's fed up as he signs an executive order to curtail social media networks' fact-checking operations. And it's coming home. The English Premier League fixes the June date to finish the season. Hello and welcome to the programme. I'm Takumbo Salako. The French Prime Minister, Edouard Philippe, gave the country a lot of good news in his announcement of the second stage of lockdown easing. Paris is now an orange zone, but the rest of the country is green. Well, that means restaurants, bars, cafes and theatres are now set to reopen. Louise Miner has this report.
French Prime Minister Edouard Philippe has announced the second phase of easing the lockdown restrictions. From Tuesday, people will be able to travel any distance throughout the country without the limitation of 100 kilometres, without documentation and without being stopped by roadblocks. Most of the country is in the green zone, apart from Ile-de-France, Mayotte and Guyana, where the risk of catching COVID-19 is still high. Restaurants, cafes and bars with strict sanitary rules will be fully open in the green zones, and those in the orange zones will only be able to serve people who sit outside. Meanwhile, museums, gyms and swimming pools will be opening their doors to mask-wearing visitors also from the 2nd of June, but again those placed in the orange zones will have to wait before Phase 2 can kick in. Schools will reopen nationally except high schools in the orange zones. And a maximum number of 10 people remains as parks and gardens will open their gates. People will still need to remain vigilant. Judith Prescott, Euronews.
Countries across Europe are gradually emerging from months of COVID-19 lockdown. Children are going back to the classroom, shops and markets are reopening, and it feels like life is slowly returning to normal. But fears of a second wave continue to preoccupy health experts. Dr. Hans-Henry Kluge, the World Health Organization's Regional Director for Europe, told me a short while ago why a cure or a vaccine is still some way off.
This is nothing new in clinical trials and science. Science is iterative, step by step, and trials can be stopped if a treatment is found effective and safe, or the opposite, if the negative effects outweigh the benefits. So in that sense, this is something which is natural. We should also remember that the virus is very new. There are a number of knowns, but also quite a number of unknowns.
Okay. Well, on that point, what lessons would you say Europe has learned, and you as an organisation, what have you learned during this pandemic?
One of the biggest lessons is that public health and community public health action has to be at the center and the top of the political agenda. We used to say health is important for the economy. Now we can say no health, no economy. The second big lesson is about international solidarity, which in the beginning, we have to be honest, could be much better. But meanwhile, countries start to understand no one is safe until everyone is safe. And unity is the key word between government, civil society, private sector, and most important, the people.
Let me take you back to your warning of the second peak. What can countries be doing now to better prepare themselves?
First and foremost, they have to have a very good surveillance in place. In many places, many countries, a second wave will happen. The key issue will be that if there is a slight second wave, because we have a good surveillance system, the health system and the public health capacity is there, we can contain it locally. And that's what we have seen in Japan, in Singapore, in some places in the EU countries as well. So vigilance is very important. And of course, to have the people. No, any pandemic has been pushed back without a whole of society approach. So politicians have to communicate with the people, understand the people, behavioral insights, and create trust.
The Japanese car maker Nissan is to close 2 of its plants in Spain and Indonesia as the company goes into the red for the first time in 11 years. While following the news, staff at its plant in Barcelona burned tyres outside the factory gates. Louise Miner has this report.
There were angry protests in Catalonia as Japanese car maker Nissan decided to shut down its main plant in Barcelona. 3,000 staff will be out of work, and local unions are warning that the company's supply chain will also be threatened, affecting around 20,000 people.
It's a plan from many years ago. They starved us to death, and it's not that this plant is not profitable. No plant is profitable if it doesn't have production volume, and here they let us die.
I've been at this end for 16 years, and at the moment the future is a bit complicated because with COVID-19 the situation is getting worse. We can't find work. There are a lot of redundancies in other companies.
But Spain's Minister of Industry says they'll still work with Nissan and local authorities to develop alternative ideas with the company.
We know of the economic difficulties that Nissan is going through, especially due to the impact of COVID-19. But we believe that we must also think about the medium and long term. And in that medium and long term, Nissan can strengthen itself in Spain and thus count on European market strength, which is very important to them.
Making vans and pickups, it's been operating for 40 years, and the closure could cost the company around €1 billion. 2 of its facilities will continue in the north of the country, manufacturing parts. Louise Miner, Euronews.
Well, the aviation industry is also feeling the pinch of the coronavirus crisis. The low-cost air carrier EasyJet announced it's cutting up to 30% of its workforce. They're predicting that air travel won't return to pre-pandemic levels for another 3 years. The airline's pilots union has called the move a kick in the teeth and said the company is acting too fast. Our business editor Sasha Vakalina has more.
EasyJet plans to cut a third of its workforce in an attempt to save costs. That is up to 4,500 out of 15,000 staff. The company now says once air travel resumes, there will still be significantly fewer flights. EasyJet CEO said, "We realize that these are very difficult times and we are having to consider very difficult decisions which will impact our people, but we want to protect as many jobs as we can for the long term." But the British Airline Pilots Association criticised EasyJet for not discussing its plans with the union and called it a real kick in the teeth. EasyJet has not discussed its plans with the association, so we'll wait and see what impact there will be in the UK. EasyJet previously announced it would resume some flights from the 15th of June with increased onboard safety measures. However, it said that the demand seen in 2019 won't be reached again until 2023. Its low-cost rivals have also announced job cuts, but less dramatic compared to EasyJet. Ryanair will cut up to 15% of staff, Wizz Air up to 19% of staff. Plane manufacturers also feel the pain. Boeing is cutting more than 12,000 jobs, and there might be more layoffs in the future.
Since the pandemic hit, they've seen airline customers pushing back their deliveries of new planes and changing or canceling orders for planes because they don't see an immediate need for more planes. They've got too many planes already.
Its rival Airbus is also exploring restructuring plans, including the possibility of deep job cuts as it braces for a prolonged coronavirus crisis. Sasha Vakulina, Euronews.
The European Union has laid out its €750 billion COVID-19 recovery plan, and it includes €500 billion in grants that will not have to be paid back. But the proposal still needs the support of all 27 member states, including those that have opposed common debt. Lara Ruiz-Trilos has this report.
€750 billion to face the coronavirus economic crisis. Many are calling the plans presented yesterday in Brussels historic. Countries in the bloc are set to pull their debt together, something that has never been done before.
This crisis was the third one in a row in a decade, and it was absolutely necessary to have a different reaction rather than the 2 previous crises, the financial crisis and the refugee crisis. And I think this decision, yesterday's decision, is at the level of the whatever it takes that Mario Draghi took as main change in the monetary policy 8 years ago. It is a turning point now. It is very important to be very good in the implementation.
A long process of negotiations now begins. Each and every of the EU leaders must agree on a final draft of the Commission proposal. They will meet in mid-June, but there are still difficult countries to convince. The so-called Frugal Four: Austria, the Netherlands, Sweden and Denmark. Speaking to Euronews, the former Prime Minister of Finland said he is confident that an agreement will be reached.
Sweden took a different line in fighting the COVID virus, but economically it's pretty much in the same boat. So I understand where they are coming from, but at the end of the day we're tied to the hip. What happens in Italy, what happens in Spain will have reflections and repercussions in both Denmark and Sweden. And I do think that at the end of the day, they will come on board.
After the leaders sign off, MEPs will also vote to approve the fund. The money will take some time to flow. The objective is to have it running by January 2021. Laura Ristollols for Euronews.
This is Euronews Tonight. Coming up, we'll be in Belgium to see how one company is dealing with the problem of face masks that they may pose for deaf and hard of hearing people.
This Friday on Euronews.
What comes to your mind when you think of the Middle East? A place where business and culture are coming together to create a unique bridge between East and West? It's from here that we'll bring you our flagship regional show, Inspire Middle East. We'll introduce you to the CEOs, scientists, rising stars, singers and celebrities. Be inspired and join us on Inspire Middle East every Friday on Euronews and Euronews.com.
Donald Trump escalated his spat with social media companies on Thursday by signing an executive order that challenges legal protections offered to companies such as Facebook, YouTube and Twitter. The US president promised big action after Twitter added fact-checking links to two of his tweets this week. Trump has often claimed that social media providers unfairly censor conservative voices using their platforms. Twitter's CEO, Jack Dorsey, has refused to back down from the president's threats. He says the company will continue to put out incorrect or disputed information.
Well, the executive order is meant to take direct aim at a law dating from the very early infancy of social media, called the Communications Decency Act. It carved out a space for these social networks that basically said, no, you're not like publishers. You're not like broadcasters. You're like a blank slate where people wander in and say whatever they're going to say, but you, the company, are not responsible for what they say there. It gave them a lot of protection and allowed places like Twitter, Facebook, Google, and YouTube to grow like weeds. Now, if they're liable for the things that they say on their sites, if the executive order tries to remove their liability, this may change the business model and open up a whole new front in Donald Trump's war against the media.
If Donald Trump does abandon or leave Twitter, is there any indication where he might take his 80 million followers? How's he going to get his message across?
The value of Twitter to both candidate Trump and President Trump is incalculable. No, there's no longer any media in the United States in the modern age that can command an audience of nearly that size and give the president almost totally unfiltered access to that audience. His tweets sometimes go to targeting his political opponents, slandering people, calling them names. He's had free rein for his personality on Twitter with absolutely no limitations on what he can say there. It's unlikely he'll leave Twitter even as he's targeting the social media platform.
Portugal, like other European countries, is keen to get back to business as usual, but has its border with Spain is shut until June the 15th. Our reporter, Filipa Suarez, has been talking to shop owners in the north of the country who've been struggling with the lack of customers.
One of the biggest markets of Portugal resumed this week after more than 2 months of interruption due to the pandemic. The vendors are happy to return, but there's a shortage of customers.
I would like more clients to come because this is very quiet.
Why are there no clients?
Because the Spanish don't come.
This weekly event takes place in Valencia, a Portuguese town in the border with Galicia, Spain. The shops were allowed to reopen at the beginning of the month, but almost all in the historical center are still closed. As most of shoppers are Spanish and the border still being closed, the streets are empty.
Everything is stopped. We don't do any business. There are no people, as you can see, especially here inside the walls of the fortress. Because here it works more with the Spanish tourism.
The Spanish neighbours from Galicia come to Valencia when they want something, and we from Valencia go to Tui when we want something.
The mayor of Valencia doesn't understand why the border is still shut. Valencia has no active cases of coronavirus, and in neighbouring Galicia, the pandemic was not as serious as in other Spanish regions.
At the moment, we're not dying from the disease, but from the cure. And our Portuguese and Spanish governments and our Portuguese and Spanish prime ministers have to convince themselves that Portugal is not Lisbon and Spain is not only Madrid. These are totally different realities.
On this historical bridge that connects the north of Portugal with Galicia, the presidents of Valencia and Tui will request in a press conference on Friday the reopening of the border between Portugal and Spain. Filipe Soares in Portugal for Euronews.
Well, these days we're all wearing masks and not everyone is happy about it, but for some it poses serious communication problems. Deaf people and those hard of hearing rely on lip reading to understand others. But Joanna Gill has visited one Belgian firm which may have a solution.
Wearing a mask has become an uncomfortable fact of life as we leave lockdown, but for deaf people it has become a barrier to communication. Enter one Belgian company who changed their bookbinding business into a factory for transparent masks. Almost overnight they went from prototype to production, with a first order from local authorities of 10,000 masks.
En 2 jours, on a acheté des machines à coudre, on a acheté du tissu.
In 2 days, we bought sewing machines and put a new workflow in place. We trained our staff and made step-by-step instructions.
On a fait des fiches descriptives de chaque étape de travail. Et à partir du vendredi,
from that Friday, we took on 15 volunteers who learned to sew, and by Monday, we were operational.
Le lundi qui suivait, on était opérationnel.
For the deaf or hard of hearing, the see-through panel allows them to lip read while maintaining a safe distance. For the company, which was running at 10% of its activity due to lockdown, it's a way of reviving its fortunes. The masks are also proving popular for different reasons.
We also see that there is a big demand from speech therapists, primary teachers, people in hospitals, people who work with elderly people. Because for some people it's very difficult to work without being able to see their expression.
Making a more inclusive design for masks appears to be a win-win situation for all. Joanna Gill, Euronews.
Still to come on Euronews tonight, the English Premier League, the world's most watched football league, is set to return. We'll have more on that after this break.